Hello everyone! Welcome! You're watching this in the future, because nobody's here yet. Unless they are, in which case, oh my wow, you have some kind of quantum probability field manipulation, because for some reason, you knew I was going to be here before even I did. In any case, welcome to my madness. Today, I'm going to be working on my nuclear train, and if you're a fan of the channel, you know that I kind of just sort of get into these fits where I build stuff that is powered by nuclear reactors, and don't really give a damn about whether or not it's feasible. Although, it seems to be doing a lot better than my usual stuff, so I don't know, maybe I've found some kind of niche that my stuff has taken hold into. Probably just the Stormworks community. No, AI was not used in the development of this thing. Save. Swap that over to live chat. Collect the video link.
Time for one more lap.
Do I post it anywhere else? I don't think so. All right. Got my food, got my water, I got my blankets, I got my air filter going, which I'm gonna turn down so that you're not getting random and awful background noise. I've got a headache. Wait, who invited you? Get the frick out of here! No headaches. Where's my ice pack? There we go. Ice pack deployed. Tactically deployed ice pack. That should reduce swelling and whatever else to prevent that headache from getting too far.
What you gonna do about it?
Ooh! This is Let's Rock It by Bonesaw. How is everyone holding up? I think I'm almost ready to get this going. There it is. Alright, continue. Oh. I probably should have started that before swapping, but oh well. All right. So, here's what you missed in the world of my stuff. I'm making a nuclear moon rover. You heard me right. This is Moon Rover Alpha. It's more like a mobile base, if I'm being honest. And we grabbed the cab from an old creation of mine. Very, very old, if you couldn't tell, when I was using blue for the basic color. Not as like a finalized color, but as like... This is like the blue was the confirmed, orange was what I was working on. But I moved beyond that, but this was the cab from a mega truck that I had made. And I thought, you know what? That big arse cab probably do really well on the moon. Although I may have to alter it so that it lets light in. I don't know why it's freaking the frick out right now, but... You have my signature reactor. Although a little bit more compressed. And of course, in Earth gravity, the reactor is sagging, which means that I may have to implement the ribcage of destiny again. I need to find some terrain. Hello, Dio! Gotta go, I'm in my finals. Thank you for checking in. You really should focus on your academics, though. See you later, hopefully. And best of luck to you on your finals. It is rather top heavy because right now, it is, well, it's being designed. We'll just leave it at that. I thought these were cool. Independently suspended sections of a track. Okay, I might have to...
Get up and keep the party jumping. It's like that, y'all. It's like that, y'all. We're gonna give you what you came here for. You're gonna get their blood pumping.
Interestingly enough, this song, which may get me a strike, is, the composer for songs from Jet Set Radio Future, Jet Set Radio, Jet Grind Radio in North America, and also for the arcade skating game Ollie King. Nominated to receive several Golden Joystick Awards in 2005 for the Sonic Rush release on Nintendo DS. It's quite interesting, actually. He deserves some love. Hideki Naganuma. Hello, Nocturnal Party Casuals. I should probably swap to something a little more... maybe? You know what? Sure. And now we're back onto the nuclear train. I have much to figure out with this one. trying to remember where my brain was at with this. It's always hard when you lose momentum like that. Uh-oh. How are you doing today, Nocturnal Podcast? Oh, yeah. How are you doing today? 'Kinda finished work, or at least work that is due today. Got more tomorrow, and finish up documentation. Yeah. Had to do it. Three weeks worth of PTO. God damn. I could do with that PTO right about now. All this hantavirus scare and stuff going on. What was this one? Unlock the armature button. It does not look like I had anything planned for that yet. Alright. Sorry, just working through some food here. Alright, where is it? They did. They built this on top of the freaking doors. What the hell? I mean, it looks good. Really good. Nocturnal Party Casual. If you had, well, since you have a vacation, if you have vacation time saved up, what would you say would be your ideal vacation, really? Damn, this diesel furnace sucks. Wow. Powerful little thing. And useful. Though I think I will skip the drama this time and simply go for this. Oops. Okay. Grab a medium generator. And then a large generator. Oh dear. Alright, we're about to see what the stress test provides. I want to know what can be generated, how much can be generated, and if I can make them work in a series. Okay, so I don't need pumps to heat these boilers. That's actually good to know. The frick? Why does this one take so long? Oh. That's why. This is the jankest test bed I've seen in a while that I've made. Why did I say it like that? Alright. Whoa! That's a pretty decent output. Not worth the size cost, though, as far as I can tell. This one's approximately 60, right? As long as I can... Ah, no, 56. Alright. So... in terms of density... this is about a 3x3. So, if I was to put 9 of these smaller things, this one outputs 324, but the smaller generators, 9 of them, generate 504. So, power density wise, this is the way to go, oddly enough. Looks like I'm using the 1x2 steam turbine. That is such a boom. Whether or not it can handle that is another question. So let's find out. Alright, it hits steam criticality, there we go. That spins up. If it still hits... oh. That's not as great. And by not as great, I mean that's terrible. What? Son of a... That doesn't even get close. So I guess I need a mini turbine and a medium generator, huh? Looks like the 10 kilowatt nuclear piston reactor also uses a medium generator. How odd. Fair enough. Also, fair enough. Actually, oh, that's not the medium, that's the large, isn't it? Yeah. That's the bloody large. What is your output, pray tell? Just let that one warm up. And this thing prioritizes convenience over efficiency, which I don't agree with. So I should probably pick that logo. It's a really good logo. Not logo, but the warning of nuclear stuff. So much for 10K. Wonder if it got nerfed. Alright. Enough faffing about. Just load that up real quick, just in case. Yeah, I could see that being there. Maybe one more block that way, so it doesn't feel like I'm bumping my head every time. Yeah, I think that works out. Okay. Oops. And now I need the steam turbines to run it. Oh, right. Turbines to speed. Good reference. Adam West, Batman. Was it Adam West? Generators to power, turbines to speed. Classic. Taking what? Is approximately the size I need it to be. Maybe. Let's see how it fits in here. Yikes, it's tight. But it would work. Maybe. I don't know how many of these mini boilers can feed, or would be needed to feed. these turbines. Or how many turbines these boilers can handle. Something more for testing, but this tiny little layout, I might be able to fit all the mechanics I need in here. And still feed the water back. So this is still looking viable. However, I still need to feed the steam through here. Probably through a bunch of one-way valves. Here it is. Fluid flow valve. Could have separate boiler output. I don't know if I want that though. think this thing's currently fluctuating because it can't... Oh. Yeah, it's thermally throttling. Oops. Okay, so it seems like there's a slight reduction in pipe efficiency with the fluid flow valve. However, sorry, I was doing reading. I just realized that I left you guys in silence for a while. Whoops. So I might be able to create one-way... one-way steam flow. In fact, I can do that. Whether or not it works for more pressurized systems is an entirely different question. I suppose we'll have to test and find out. Damn it. There's a better test I could do. Whoops. Whoops. Where did it go? Whoops, a trapdoor. Go to the entrance. Where? Huh. So supposedly, the pipes don't actually convey any flow data. They're just teleporters that go at 75 a minute. No, 75 liters a second. Oops. That might actually limit a few things. Suppose we'll have to find out. Is. Okay, sorry, back to it. Looks like it's only outputting a few liters of steam. This is not the same output that we were experiencing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Does this not produce? This might not produce. I may have screwed up. Although its fluid volume is rather tiny, I wonder if, perhaps, I need to provide it with more fluid. And also to not be feeding it begging diesel. Yeah, that's a lot better. One. Fresh water, how about that? Alright, now that it's got a decent supply of water, let's try that again. See if the issue is steam production capacity, because I never actually tested that. It is not, in fact, steam production. Not in fact steam production capacity. This thing can go as hard as it needs to. It just needs, well, fluid. Okay. Well then. How odd. The efficiency is slightly reduced. ideally there would be 1.25 per every steam turbine. Or sorry, 1.25 steam turbines per fluid flow valve. So after 3, maybe? I know 75 is the limit on these things. Or no, 75 is the limit on the pipes. Oh, scheisse. 75 is the limit on the pipes. And this thing goes at 60. Oh, that's gonna get messy. Well, good to know. Alright, this is gonna be messy. These pipes are just killing my brain. Only 75 liters a second, huh? Which means I need one pipe per boiler. If I did 2... Damn it. Alright, with one turbine, if I recall correctly, I wasn't getting much. That sounded cool. The hell? I don't know. Something happened where the turbine stopped producing power. My guess would be that it wasn't processing everything the way it should. Oh. That's disappointing. A singular boiler can comfortably feed 10 turbines. Pistons extract more energy than turbines, and not by a small margin, but they need to have a pretty interesting setup where each piston must connect to a pipe. Alright. I could put the boiler in the reserve tank. That might not be a bad idea. Oddly enough. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. If I put the boiler in the reserve tank, I can put the boiler right up against the reactor. Actually, no, that's a bad idea. Damn! I don't think that'd even fit in the... It might. Just barely. Ugh. You did it. What is it? What have you done? Have you failed me for the last time, Skeletor? I made a cherry pie cake in my oven. Oh, congratulations. That's delightful. Alright. I put the boiler in there, right? Boiler is right next to the reactor, which means it's doing its thing. I put a fluid intake right here. Right? Wherever those are. Just use an air filter for now. Oops. Okay, so I put an air filter here. I know that's weird, but... and then I have... I'm gonna have to use, piping to pipe the stuff around. But essentially, I could have... fluid going to my boiler pretty easily. And then water is always flowing into this thing. that's like the biggest reactor in the games, or not reactor, boiler in the game, so would not be a bad idea, as far as I can tell. Then again, largest is not always best. Boiler. Or even a medium steam boiler, maybe? This one. Yeah, congratulations on making a pie. Seems simple, like something that would be simple, but it isn't. So congratulations. Actually, theoretically, I could just... Ooh. Ooh, that's evil. I could definitely do that. Yeah, that could work, because each of these is not essentially a full-blown boiler. Would be nice if I had some stats on the boiler, though. Hmm. There might be a reason to use a large boiler, or larger boiler. I do say might be. Alright, what do we got? I want to get the max output on this so that I can do it before and after. $2,400. 48. Take that back. Wow, it drops to nearly half. That sucks. It's continuing to drop. That's bad. What's going on here? Guess I can't process the steam fast enough? That would be my guess. No, fluid volume drops pretty quick. Though that actually doesn't mean anything. 140 liters a second. 2.3 liters per second out. I don't think that's working very well. Alright, well I have my metrics. Close enough anyways. Let's replace these with the mini steam turbines. Okay, steam in. Okay. Boink boink. Now if we spawn it. Let's see if these modded turbines have the same power density. It doesn't sound like it. I take it back! It has very much the same power density. And it's geared up. That's good to know. And makes my life a lot easier. Thing is, I don't think... I don't think the mini boiler will be able to pull that off. Let's try it. It could be the pressure behind the boiler and how fast it's able to process water. Maybe that's the that could be the deciding factor right there. I feel like I've already tested this, but we're just gonna test that real quick. I don't know why basic information on what does what in Stormworks is so gate-kept. Because it is. It really is. Like, I go to the wiki and there's, like, no information whatsoever on, like, stats for the object. Like, how am I supposed to frigging do the math in my friggin' head? Like, yeah, sure, it's fun to do the little experiments, but it's fegging tiring to have to do them constantly because the data isn't there, so I have to write down my own notes? I can do that, but like, what's the fegging point? You'd think that somebody would have already done it. Because that's what the internet is for, it's for sharing information. But if we don't share information, then we cannot collectively grow as a species. And if the information's crap, then we're just gonna start devolving. I mean, that is essentially what's going on. Oh, right. I forgot. How the frick did the music line up for that? I didn't notice. Did it in fact line up? Maybe subconsciously the melody was influencing my mood. Is a rather pensive tone. And I don't listen to this music very often, so I don't have it memorized. Hello, drone! Welcome, welcome! How be thee? Oh, bollocks. I forgot to change that to... Ugh. I'm dumb! I'm doing experiments to see what I can get away with my modified parts. As much as I'd like to do this stock, it's like, it's just so annoying. No way. No, no, no. No! The tiny boiler has the same power density as the frigging bastard that exists? Are you kidding me? There's no way. I mean, it's pretty much the same. Damn, they did not do... they did not do much to balance this at all, did they? The only reason I would go for a larger boiler is if I needed perhaps a burst of steam pressure, which I could. I could need that. In fact, I probably do. In which case... Sorry, I'm debating whether or not to use large boilers, small boilers, or just tiny boilers, which are the little itsy bitsy ones that you saw. These little ones, these are the tiny ones. So the idea is that I put the boilers in the water reserve tank, right? And the boilers heat up the water in the water reserve tank, so it's a lot easier for the reactor to heat up the water for other stuff. But since it's sitting right on top of the reaction cube, I can pull water directly from it. Thus making it essentially perfect. But there's also this one. This is the small steam boiler, which I'm going to need the pressure at some point, most likely. Especially for the maintaining speed aspect. I could probably do that. If I put 2 in, it lowers the problematic nature of it. So if I put 1 here, 1 there, right, and then I can do some shenanigans. That's steam out, that's water in. If I just erase that and blip blip, right, and then I can put, where is it? As for why music tends to love me when it comes to dramatic timing, I don't know. Wouldn't it make more sense to have the steam be the common pipe? Raised pressure, having the water split would lead to lower pressures. Wait, what? I am confused, Tori. Try again. When the nuke get put in? The nuke is in. Here. I'll show you. Here is the nuclear reaction chamber, and here's the nuclear fuel rods. When the train is activated, the nuclear fuel rods get shoved into the reaction chamber and start reacting, boiling the water. Unfortunately, because how steam works, there is no actual, like, boiling water in the reactor. So, oh, those boilers, right, if you have half the water by sending it to both each pipe, each boiler will get half of what it needs. That depends. That depends on flow rates, and flow rates are annoying, to say the least. Combining the steam itself should send more to the turbine, shouldn't it? Probably, but right now what I'm doing is it would combine the output, not split the output. Yeah, that depends. I don't know how the logic works in this game, and most of this is just logic puzzles, so... Does this work? It in fact does not work. My thought was this, where I could just do something like that, but I cannot. So that does not make sense. Well, actually it does. Hold on. No, that makes total sense. Just a moment. I just use pipe. Okay. I use pipe omni, right? Then I use e-pipes. And I do that. And I do this. Alright, now if I go to fluid intakes. Oh, that's not. Fluid ports. If I put fluid ports in here, boom. What are you doing to the nuclear train today? I'm working on the boiling solution. So right now we have the temperature solution figured out, which is this nuclear reactor right here. But I need to boil the water inside separate boiler tanks, which then go to turbines which spin the generator. Now, I've got the turbines figured out, but I'm going to be overproducing steam, and I do that for very specific reasons. Totally not selfish. Give me but a moment. Okay. So, combining the steam itself should send more to the turbine, shouldn't it? Combine the output, not split the input. Okay, so it depends on the throughput of the pipes that come out. If the throughput of the pipes is not enough, then having one output might not be enough. So by splitting the output and splitting the splitting the job up between two different turbine routes, I feel like that would work out a lot better. I don't know. In my mind, it makes more sense. For you, probably wouldn't. Depending on, like, I'm talking about workloads, not saying that you don't understand it. Like, this is a train. This is not, like, the USS Enterprise. I don't need the output to be, immense, right? It's just a train. Like, for example, if I had to manage the well-being of a crew, right? Their food, their water, everything, on a massive ship, account for the electrical output and the all that lovely jazz. If you want the train to hit light speed, you're gonna need more power. I have plenty of power, trust me. Steam is a very, very, very potent energy multiplier. I think it... Doesn't it expand like 160 times or something? The fluid volume? It's something ridiculous. Oh, no, it's not 160 times. It's 1,600 times its original liquid volume. So yes, water is a tremendous, just steam power is a tremendous energy multiplier, energy force, something like that. But yeah, yeah. You learn something new every day. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of an experiment, see if this works out. This is so dense and complicated. Let's do that, this, that, this. Okay. Now, the boiler should always be supplied with water and heat. Use an encased block there. Alright, I need dials. Use this fluid spawner. And that's gonna go right about here. And you're going to spawn fresh water. Lovely. This setup is concerning. I may have to do some jiggery-pokery, but it will be worth it. Apparently several fluids, primarily liquid metals like mercury, hydrocarbons, and refrigerants like butane, propane, and ammonia, span much more or work far more efficiently than water. Ah! That's combustibles, isn't it? Well, where are you getting your information? Anywho, let's see. Very confused. But water is one of the most abundant, easy to use methods of doing that. Not to mention not as polluting as hydrocarbons or some refrigerants. Or toxic. Just a thought. Alright. Why don't we run this test, shall we? Alright, so temperature inside of the boiler is 29. Let's just... Whoop. Dang it. Darn lag. There we go. Throw the lever! The reactor is boiling! 6, 25, 20... Oh, wait, no, it's climbing again. Yep, there it goes. Okay, so it's somewhat working. Yeah, this is nice and neat. You have the water reserve right above the reactor, with the boilers inside of the water reserve, heating the water reserve as well as sitting on top of the reactor for it. I just think it's extraordinarily efficient. Maybe not for startup, but I think it works. Now the temperature gain is not as nice as I would like. Steam output is 45. Let's see how fast this becomes a problem. I'm gonna start venting the steam. Now the water should get used up. That was just the reactor and the... Oh yeah, because I filled a bunch of the fluid volume with the reactor rods, so it was equalizing the pressure between the two tanks. That's interesting. I didn't know that it did that. You can do it, don't blow a valve. Oh, it'll be fine. You'll actually notice that when we start making steam, this tank will start to empty. And I think it's going to be a really interesting... look into, if I can get this to stop doing that, look into how the pressure valves out here work. Temperature goes to 65, 66, 67. How are you doing today, Jimbo? And Panda? And Tori, talk to me while we wait. Alright, the steam is off-gassing. The pressure is... hopefully stabilizing. Steam seems to be building up in here, though. Oddly enough. Probably because it's underwater, maybe? What about this one? No, steam's building up in that one, too. But yeah, see? The reserve tank is being used up as it's converting the water into steam. Oh, that's neat. That's really neat. The pressure release valves are also venting steam. Wait! Oh my gosh! They sort of fixed it! They kind of fixed it! I say kind of because it's still going to be really frigging annoying. But if steam is ejected into an enclosed space, usually it just off-gasses. But it seems like it's actually building up pressure inside of the tank, which means we might be able to use that for something in the future. That's oddly satisfying. I'm just waiting for us to run out of water. Because we will eventually run out of the water. No, because usually the off-gassing that these things do is invisible. Because it's only supposed to be outputting oxygen. But now it's outputting steam. So it's really useful to actually see that. Although, I don't know why it's also outputting steam. It's outputting steam from 4 locations. What the hell? Oh! Because it's outputting steam into the reactor. These valves are doing it, I think. That is so bright in there. Are Are you planning on having condensers? Oh, most definitely. I don't want to lose steam on this. I want this to be a perpetual engine. You know, Willy Wonka style. I mean, sorry, Snowpiercer style. Totally not Willy Wonka at all. I'm just waiting for it to hit a point of criticality where the steam isn't showing up anymore. Ah! The boilers are, in fact, no longer producing, or no longer in contact with the water. Which means that the reactor is no longer heating it. That is a problem. I will be able to solve that problem by piping the intakes to either side of the reactor and down into the bottom. And that should allow us to essentially just bypass that issue entirely. Yeah, the steam's slowing down. Well, it's sort of slowing down. Alright, that test is over. Let's make some improvements. Damn it, I just can't see. Is this game accurate to real-world physics? Not especially, but it's close. Brain bug. Can you overpressurize custom fluid tanks? I mean, you can't blow the tanks normally, so yes? And I kind of hope so, because that would be really fun. Okay, so these are going to be our fluid intakes, which require pipes, not popes, pipes. T-pipe enclosed. And same goes right there. We shall see if he earns the right. Alright, so the reactor ends right about there. So you want to release the pressure, but not too much. They removed the boilers exploding. The boilers and the tanks exploding. That's no longer a feature, sadly. I do wish that it still was. That would be immensely hilarious. That looks nice. Unfortunately, because of how this game tends to attract people who think they know things, there were tons of complaints about keeping the boiler pressures stable too hard. And I hope that in the future they either return it or that there is a mod that fixes it. I think they were having trouble balancing it. That was the other issue. Why is there a random gap here? It bothers me. It really bothers me for some reason. Hang on. My machinations are coming to fruition. Slowly but surely, the nuclear train shall soon draw its first breath. And run. Gallop. Prance across the rails. You want the train to move so fast the rails glow? That can be arranged, my friend. That can be arranged. But first, let's satisfy my OCD. I have been neglecting it for too long, and it was giving me a headache. Alright. Now, if we take a look from the top, it should look rather elegant. See? Perfectly balanced. You've got 7 vents right down the middle, and then you've got 3 more vents on the sides. I don't know why that tickles my whatever, but it's fine. Is there not a pressure release valve that will only open at a certain pressure? No, but you can program it that way. You can program it to open at a certain pressure. The problem is that people playing this game often don't understand that. And honestly, that would have been a perfect solution. But, you know. Games gotta be games. Alright, now that I've made that change, let's see how its endurance goes. Come on, feed the reactor! The reactor's live! Now it's pushing those pixies. I am utterly chuffed that I've built this. Not to mention, once it's done, it will look fantastic. And having exposed guts up here would also help immensely, because it's like, oh hey, there's a reactor and a flywheel above my head, and a generator and a flywheel above my head with it while a reactor chugs away at the front. Like having your powertrain right here. I don't know, everything's just fitting together like Tetris blocks, and it's keeping me sane in this world, if I'm being honest. I need technical challenges. How many cars do you think it can pull? I don't want to think about that right now, because I'm almost certain it can pull Very few. That pressure is climbing quick. I really can't wait to pipe that into these turbines. Get a read on how good this thing runs, if at all. And then we pump the excess steam to the back. Although you would think that this is the kind of game that attracts people who would like to think and solve problems. Yeah, you would. Except that the majority of people that I've played with in this game that weren't Tori or... I'm trying to think of who else. They usually just like to spawn in creations that other people make and dick around with them. And while that's fun, the amount of people who actually go through and make things, right? It's not... Hang on. What was my point? Right. So you have YouTubers who make these videos where they dick around with other people's creations, and then other people are like, oh, that's so cool, I want to do that. And then they complain when they try to build their own stuff. And it's actually way more complicated than they thought. But like, I also understand it from a creator side of thing where there's no documentation on any of the parts, right? The only documentation that's actually been created is by the players dicking around in the files and running experiments. Like, it would be nice to know what the maximum output of this large generator is. Are they gonna frigging tell us? No. Hang on, I need to change the wind direction. There we go. Now I can see the dials and diagnose possible issues. Whoa. Well, there's a possible issue. Temperature's dropping. Are we already... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, temperature's dropping because we already burned through everything. That is... Well, it's doing its job. think. Oh, I'm not actually underwater. Oh. Oh, we burned through everything. Oh. Oh, that's bad. I think I made it too efficient. Well, let's hook it up to some outputs and, see how it goes. Oops. Let's do it on one boiler for right now. Ugh. Seal the tank up. Oh, stop groaning. It's not like I'm having you work right now. It's just testing. Yes, I was talking to the music. Alright, let's see if it's got a decent output. Do you like messing around with your own car, adding modifications and such? If I made enough money to do so, I would. I do not make enough money, so I play video games. If you gave me a facility and a budget, I would be an Avengers level threat by the end of the week. But as it stands, I am under-equipped, under-educated, underfunded. Understaffed? Whoops. That would explain why it's not turning as fast. I forgot to connect some of the turbines. But so far, it's working. I just need to figure out the plumbing. Because the other thing that I have to power, besides this massive generator, is this thing right here. This train drive wheel piston. Looks like it maxes out at around, what is that, 28 atmospheres or something? If I can figure out how to run steam to this little junction right here, these tanks will fill up with steam, or rather fill up with the excess steam, as is the idea. Fill up with the excess steam that goes that wends its way out of these turbines and through. I'm going to make them go through several one-way valves. And that way, this will also be an option. And then from there, it goes to condensers. Which, I don't know what to do with that. I'm still trying to figure out basic functions. I'm thinking of having the radiators on the top. However, the top is... Oh, that's a point. The top is rather smooth. I could have the radiators back here. And I think that was the idea, was to have radiators back here. So that... One, it's the furthest away from the heat source as possible. And two... It's at the end of the chain where we need the steam. So we complete the steam... Then put down a pump, pump the water back into the reservoir, and we are golden. Turbine, sorry. I fluctuate between turbine, whatever. That's not very efficient. Oh, right! They had gearboxes. Right. Oops. I forget what this thing does. Oh, it's brakes. It's brakes. Alright, we've got brakes. Turbine just sounded weird. Yeah, sorry. I've heard it both ways, and I talked to a bunch of people who are like... Listen, my vocabulary, my pronunciation's borked. Just put it like that. Everything's borked. Everything's weird. I do really like the idea of this being exposed. So you're just standing around in engineering, and then there's like... Oh yeah, there's the end of the electrical thing. English is not a language. Your face isn't a language. Alright. Correction. It's a bunch of different languages arranged into a hopscotch board where every single person who enters America has to play hopscotch to learn the bloody language of English. Because it prances about between Latin, French, German, Anglican, Gaelic. It's way too many, like, base things. Wait, why is the RPS 3? I'm so confused. In my testing, we were able to do, like, aluminium. Yeah. It's even spelt that way. Like, what do you want? Wait, there's no steam. Son of a bitch. Careful, there was a guy who was arrested for federal crimes of recycling. You think I'm joking? I am not. For the crime of recycling too creatively. He collected recycling from across several states, brought it to one of those places where you get paid per can, and made a fortune only for the federal government to be like, you can't do that! How dare you break the cycle? How dare you stop being trapped in our system? Ban him! And then he got jail. Because we live in a society. Like, that's a really creative thing to do. It's a great way to clean up the community and make sure that all those cans get to where they cans and bottles really need, get to where they need to go. Let's ban him. Let's be giant plasteel anuses about it. Alright, that plunger mechanism took so long to design. What was it, like 15 hours to design just the stupid frigging plunger mechanism? One of these days, I'll do a biblically accurate nuclear reactor train. Right. Where the reactor is vertical. Because that is one problem, is that the reactor on this train is horizontal, which would make sense if I had done it right. That's more like it. Hello. We have steam power. Hello, Brian Young. Welcome. You've come at a really interesting time. We are right now testing the efficacy of several different types of steam turbine, and whether or not this engine that I have developed and programmed can handle long-term output. And then from there, I will be moving on to larger scale. You can see that, indeed. But yes, this is the nuke train. A train that I have developed from scratch. A reactor sat on some bogies that sit on some funny wheels that then goes down the track when it is done. Along with a reloading tank here, which I would show it off, but I don't feel like doing that. Ooh, that reactor's getting hot. Okay. Nuclear powered, indeed. A nuclear locomotive. Not only that, it will also be a hybrid. These front wheels are powered by electric engines. These rear wheels are actuated through sheer steam pressure. Meanwhile, you operate the whole thing from your little control room back here. Which, I'll figure that out in a bit. Whoops, I left that spar there. Can't wait to see it move? Then you'll have to like, subscribe, and tune in every week, because it's going to take a while. Because right now I'm just working on... Well, you know what, actually... I could make it move for you if you wanted. I could make it do that. Already liked and subbed. Thank you very much, Brian Young. Alright, hang on. I've gotta logic this thing out. But yes, that was the output that we were looking for. Most importantly, does the train have a whistle? It in fact does not, but it is going to have its own. And I'm going to make it... I suppose I could make it have its own fuel source? Probably. Now, hang on. Should I give it a horn? A siren? No, you know what? I should develop a really, really unsettling sounding horn. Because there's the whistle, right? The steam whistle. And I'd love to have that. But having a steam whistle in conjunction with, like... This. A warning siren. An audible range of 3,000 meters. So if I just have that on hand, that could be interesting. Ooh. Loud. Very loud. I'm gonna make the nuke train audible. In any case... Oh, right. This chair has... literally nothing. Jericho trumpets? Eh. Oh. Big bomb? I mean, it could be. If I didn't already implement safety features. Actually, I hadn't. I don't have safety features in this because it's a trial thing. Yuck. Alright. Oh, right, I do have a testing chair. I forgot. Hey, Brian, look at this. So inside of this little nook right here is my testing chair. Why is it in here? Because I wanted to watch this, because as it turns out, these 3 wheels and the 3 wheels up front are on bogies, which means that they rotate independent of the creation itself. You'll see that shortly. As you can see, both sets of wheels rotate independently, meaning I can go around corners at high speed and not crash. Could you make it faster than a bullet train? Potentially. We have yet to figure out the top speed of this beauty, as I've only really used it at test speeds. But hopefully, eventually, it'll be a menace on the rails. It looks menacing. It's not even complete. Like, eventually, this area right here, right, this internal area, will be penned in. It should look a bit like some kind of whale on the a whale on the rails. Now, I can't tell how fast we're going because I have no instrumentation. But, I mean, I'd say that's pretty quick for a train. And that's, again, that's not even... That's it not even trying. I haven't done gearing, I haven't implemented the steam pistons at the back, which are blazingly fast if I do it correct. And then I'll get to paint it. And we could even do viewer submissions for painting this train. Hell, I already have an idea of having a jet-assisted tender. Dildo train? How dare you! How dare you call the nuke train a dildo? I'm thinking about using that, like, Cherenkov radiation blue for, like, undercarriage lighting. You know, just make it stand out a little. Make the wheels glow? Oh, we'll figure it out. Alright. Let's get this mother trucker plumbed. That me? Yes, it is. I do need to fix the metadata, because Horizon the Protogen, who is a viewer of mine, helped me with the bogies, and I imported one of his trains so I could dissect it, and unfortunately that seems to have stuck to the metadata as an imported vehicle. So that's RG. Oh my gosh! No, you know what? I need a loudspeaker that plays Carmel Danson, and I need RGB lights to just do RGB puke. So you hear this horrifying wail of a horn, right? And then this thing rounds the corner. You just in the distance, just dance on me. All right. The nuke train sounds like a cosmic horror to fight Cthulhu. I mean, I could put a Gustav gun on it. I could, in fact, put a Gustav cannon on this train. I'm kind of tempted to now. Like twin Gustav guns. How big would that be? Let's see, what is it called in this? Oh, right, Bertha. Big Bertha cannon. That would be, quite the investment, but you know what? You know what? Stay tuned, and I will have a specialty tender. And for those who are confused, a tender in the railroading world is an ancillary or auxiliary car for a train to expand its range, right? And since this is a nuclear train, I don't need a tender. I don't need anything like that. So what I can do is I can make an auxiliary car for the nuclear train that has a cannon in it for fighting Cthulhu. God, look at that thing! Its shells are as big as me! The ammo container takes up an entire train car. Or half of one, at least. And how much does it contain? Thinking, I don't know. Is there going to be a living quarters? Not in the train proper, I don't think. Although there will be a cot. I'm thinking, like, I don't know, some sort of, how funny would it be to put the cot down here? right? You're just... someone is, no. Doom Train. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! I could have a hatch, right? A hatch that goes down into here, and there's just a bed. There's just a hidden bed. Let's gear up these wheels, shall we? It seems I have messed up the thing, but that's fine. Just for some perspective. That's the Bertha cannon. I could fit into that cannon aperture. My nuclear train is sparkling. But can you shoot you out of it? Not in this game, not without mods, unfortunately. It is official. I can in fact, oh no, get run over by my own train. Huh. Oh, and apparently, destroy my train's ability to turn. That is unfortunate. Why is it having that trouble? Oh, because it's colliding. Okay. Well, let's take a look. Train. A small train motor. Well, you look interesting. An electromagnetic brake. Oh. Now, hang on a minute. Hold on. What are these beauties? Yes. Yes, I think this will do nicely. Oh, and I can paint it independently. Oh, that is lovely. Where is that hinge? That pivot? Here it is. Are you a special pivot? Are you one that I can use to transit power? You do not look like you are. This one, however... Hello, pivot. I don't know how that works, and I don't need to know. It is now connected. And now, I can run these wheels off of an independent power source elsewhere in the train. Like these things. These lovely, lovely looking motors. I wonder how powerful it is. Why don't we find out real quick? Give me a gearbox. Thank you. Curiosity killed the cat. Oh, it powerful. Oh, it very powerful. It does a hecking concern, apparently. The problem is, it is so powerful that we're actually going slower because of it. There is one way to make it extraordinarily quick. See, this is how people in the Stormworks community tend to make their creations fast, powerful, etc. This is one of the most broken items in the game, and that is the Fan Blade. Now, I refuse to use this on principle, but for the sake of the meme, let's see her run. Also, get rid of the stuff that's making it herk and jerk around. Yep, that and this. As cool as that front piece is, we're not going to be using it today. Having, weight has nothing to do with it. It is almost entirely an issue look at the speed! Again, one of the most broken items in Stormworks. New. Oh, weight definitely does matter, but when it comes to train tracks, weight doesn't really improve your traction. You will still wheel skid if you are putting out way too much speed. Listen, it's not my fault that the most aerodynamic thing is going to look like a marital aid. To be fair, my train shouldn't be this fast. In fact, it's not going to be this fast, because I'm not going to use the bloody fan blades, which are super duper frigging stupid. Bollocks. To be fair, there is the SCP, the nuclear-powered dildo, so... How you guys doing out there? Dreading the idea of working on my train again. Oh dear. You can do it. Stay positive. Could always start over. What's another 13 hours? What's another 17 years? Yeah, but how many condensers do you have? You should have multiple condensers to keep the steam from piling up. One for each boiler, so one. That is probably enough? As long as you're keeping the boiler fed with water, you're fine. How long do these projects usually take you? As long as they need to. You asked the wrong question there, bud. Because the thing is, I don't know the optimum way to do it. I don't want the optimum way to do it. I want what looks cool. What works well and looks cool. I'm trying to balance being an engineer and an architect at the same time. It doesn't work very well. On average, how long? On average, my projects, 7 years. Because none of them are complete. This would be the first one closest to completion. Why can't you add gearboxes? Oh, right, because it's this thing. I mean... Okay, so we've maxed out the RPS that thing can turn, I think. Maybe? You know what? Let's find out. We did double the amount of output from the from those turbines, so maybe we can turn it even faster. You could always try making a steam turbine train. Turbine. That is not doubling it, that is exponentifying it. Oh dear, we're about to make a mistake. Does not matter though, we're having fun! We're shoving nuclear rods and things! It's like building your own playground and then, I don't know, playing around in it. That's a great way to put it. Engineering is like building your own playground. Because you get out of it what you put into it. Alright. Well, that's disheartening. Why is it doing that? guess 5 is the limit? It would be, wouldn't it? It's already turning at maximum speed. The only thing you can kind of increase is the torque. But the torque's not increasing. Is it because it's a turbine and not a piston? Oh my god, it's because it's a turbine and not a piston. That's why it doesn't spin as or it doesn't spin harder. It just spins. That could work. Oh, that is so annoying. Alright. We'll give it a try. Ow. Now we aren't going to be able to fit very much. Damn it, game. Calm thy tits. Oh, it gets even worse. Atris, I need you to make it a challenge. I have no motivation to make that new train. Tori? Oh. Hang on, I have to think about this. How do I make it a challenge? Let's see whose train can pull the most weight at the fastest speed across the map. We'll start at JSI Dock and go all the way to BVG Logistics, or maybe Fury Drilling Co. Fury, yeah, that sounds great. Mine can pull more and yours is faster, so what's the metric? We each have to move 50 containers across the map. If you can pull more, but you're slower, right? And I can't pull as much, but I'm faster. Perhaps that's the metric. It's a challenge. We'll have to figure it out. If I pull 3 times the weight at half the speed, do I win? Probably. At the very least, mathematically, you would. $50 fully loaded tanks, that's gonna take so long to set up. Totally worth it, though. Totally worth it. Here's the thing, Jimbo. Game logic different from real life logic. It is unfortunately quite annoying, but just what I have to deal with in this game. You and I both know that having more pistons does not automatically equal more torque. However, if you have noticed, whoops, I've arranged my pistons in teams of 2. Why? Because for some reason, that generates more RPS than if they were all in a line. I don't know why. Well, that's the way it is. I'm still trying to figure out my power system. No infinite fuel, no electric. But you can, and here's my suggestion. All right. I'm gonna put you onto something, Tori. I will allow you to create custom cargo containers with, get this, not hoppers. What is it? It's these things. Ducts. Flexible ducts. You can connect between different cars with these ducts. And so you can have your entire cargo train carry fuel for your train as well as the cargo. Depending on how you design it. Good luck. All right. We'll try a few different engine configurations and then settle on the one that is most efficient. Who dares? Someone dares. Who messaged me? Ah. So this game runs on cartoon physics? Nope, because cartoon physics at least has some kind of logic behind it. Granted, it's internal logic, but it's logic. This is arbitrary and annoying. For a game that is a wholly PvE, it makes no sense for them to balance it as zealously as they do for practically no reason. And like, yeah, there's something to be said for like, oh, but I don't want them to progress so quickly. It's a sandbox game. Just let us have fun with it. I'm building a nuclear train. What makes you think any of this is balanced? It's not. Although the most... I can't remember what the most economical is. I think it's diesel. Diesel is like the king in this game for like no reason. It requires a lot of trial and error, but you work out what's best. Yeah, pretty much. Some people have it memorized. I suck at memorization. So, I just figure it out on the fly. Based off of constraints and stuff. And like recently I've been saving components that work really well as their own separate blueprints, so that I can use them again in the future if I am so inclined. Eventually I'll make this look nice and neat. Oh. It would be far more fair to create a custom cargo container that is all weight blocks. If you're going to do that, Tori, allow me to send over the standard cargo stuff. Because there is actually a standardized cargo template I can give you. If I can just find it. Where are you? Why isn't this in alphabetical order? Goes by date subscribed. That's terrible. Screw it, I'll probably find it faster if I just search it. There it is. The Universal Cargo System. Uh. Huh. Let's hop back to the chat. I was just gonna replace the tank car we already have. To be fair, the tank car is based off the universal cargo system. So it should work great. Alright. Now that that's done, I need to figure out how I'm going to be venting the steam. Screw it, fast and dirty. Ugh. All right. Let's see if this works. Are you and Tori about to have a train drag race? We probably could. But no, what we're doing is, well, this is gonna take like a couple weeks to figure out, at least for me, because I'm doing advanced mechanics and stuff. They're just doing steam, right? I'm doing a hybrid electric nuclear. They're doing, essentially, the flying, is it the flying, no, the Flying Scotsman, the LNER, passenger train. Didn't say I was doing steam, I just said I'm not doing nuclear. Oh, fair enough, I guess.
Higher and higher. Temperatures shooting through the roof. Bring me that nuclear horizon.
Well, that kind of worked. But not really. Not as good as the turbines. Turbines. Whatever. And this is just ridiculously not compact. Looks really cool, though. I mean, having a crankshaft above your head? Dope as hell. Not effective, though. Maybe, just maybe, I could tune it for speed. Alright, let's see. We have 8 pistons on each side. Alright. Now I must. I must. 50 divided by 8 is 6.25. So every 6 points. This will make sense in a second. This is negative 0.5. This is negative 4.4. Negative 4.0. 3.6. Three, 2. 2.8. 2.4. 2.0. And then the same has to go over here. Is 4.4. 4.0. 3.6. I wish I could just enter these in. This is a pain in the ass. 3.6, 3.2. Uh, 2.8. 2.4. 2.0. As cool as it would be to have pistons overhead. It's like, seriously, look at that. That'd be so cool to just, like, monitor. I'm okay, if I can get this up to 2K, 2.4K output, I'll keep it. If I cannot, then this goes the way of the dinosaur, and I go back to using a turbine. I said turbine this time. Hey, we're at 300 in terms of output. So about the same, huh? Damn. Sort of moves in a sinusoidal wave. Well, as cool as that looks, we're going back to the turbine. Weird piston thing clear. Alright. Back to basics. there any steam train you can have a look at, just give an idea of how to lay out your turbines and pistons? Probably, but I don't feel like doing that right now. I don't need to do it right now anyways. I have a turbine system that works. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing out on anything good. That's it. Besides, I'm using modded parts, which has even fewer things. Alright. That's 2 medium turbines set up. Let's kick the tires and light the fires. We're going racing. Come on. One, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Start producing steam. I saw that little flicker. Wait. Oh, bollocks, they're backwards. Of course I didn't check. That would have been way too smart. There we go. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. There we go. Alright, we are looking for 2.4K or higher. Not even close. I may be taxing it a little bit too hard. Let's see. Son of a... Why is that so easy to do? Alright. Crunch, 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 crunch. Nuclear reactor getting its paces in, I suppose. I wonder how much this creation costs. That might be an interesting metric to measure, is how much does your engine cost? That improved the output dramatically. $903 output. Did I do stupid? I might have done stupid. By adding another one of these, I probably did stupid. Where did I put the distance sensor? I know there's supposed to be a distance sensor on here, I just can't remember where it is. Oh, it's there. Is it supposed to be there? I mean, I guess. Actually, yeah, it probably is supposed to be there. Why did my brain do that? This is very dumb. Alright. Still somewhere at around 900, huh? Looks like those micro turbines are preferable. Okay. Well, who am I to argue? Guess I shall proceed with the micro turbines. As soon as I find something to do. Hang on. Far lone sails. There it is. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Okay. We're going with the micro turbines, huh? Damn it. There's a certain simple elegance about this. Ugh. All right. Vent that steam. And then let's supply it. We need to put something in this area. Whether it be the generator itself, and then we just put condensers back here, which we might. I don't know. Depends. Yeah, we might just do that. We'll see. We'll see. I just need to figure out if this works. And when I do, I will have the answers I need for how to proceed. As long as this outputs that ludicrous number that I saw, we should be fine. I don't like the look of that. Why did that splash? Why? What? Oh. Oh no. Why is that draining so much? That's really not great. Why is that? Why? What happened? Did I mess something up somewhere? It should not be leaking out like that. That's sealed. This is sealed. Why are you broken? You were working just a few minutes ago. What happened? Do I need to raise / lower this by a point? Bollocks. Sure, that worked. I guess. I'll need to look into that. Sprung a leak? It really shouldn't have. I'm gonna have to investigate that. That was annoying. I probably need to take a nap soon, and then, I don't know, I'll have to figure out what I'm doing from there. But we have our boiler set up, we have our reactor set up, we're getting our power situation set up, and then once we're there, it's just a matter of neatening it up, creating the shell, and it'll essentially be done. Apart from any other additions and neat things that we'd have to put in. Holy... Okay. Yep. This setup wins. Everything else was sitting at around, you know, like 300, maybe 900. That's 5.3k. That's more than the last setup that we had. Much more. So we will be using this setup in the future. And it seems to be stable. I'll wait for it to drop down, but like... all I need is 150 degrees. And we good. We're all good. I need to limit the amount of loss, though. Jeezums. So the mini turbines worked. Yes. 360 liters a second. Yeah. 360 liters a second. I hate to think... Oh, is this empty already? No, it's not. Okay. Whew. It is draining pretty quick, though. So we need to condense that water back in... condense that steam back into water. Why is fluid flowing positively through this? What the... The turbines are what make the pistons move? Nope. I mean, I could put pistons in. I'm not going to. The turbines are what turns this large generator, which should, in turn, charge the batteries and the electric motors which run the electrically driven side of the train. This might spin even harder if I wasn't losing... I'm not losing RPS. Why is this 68 RPS? Yes. The steam moves turbines to generate electricity in this large generator, which is the 53,000 storm watts. The excess steam, or the exhaust steam, is going to be pumped through this, and then pumped through the condensers here. So we have a little bit of work to do, but this is a pretty decent start. Yeah, that's a pretty consistent 53k. Alright, let's see if it's self-sufficient. The energy is used to move pistons. The energy is used to rotate traction engines, electric motors that are all sitting on top of the front wheels. Semi-active steering. What do you mean semi-active steering? What the f... The hell are you doing? Huh. I can't wait to see how you do it. I've never thought of such a thing. I will have to look into it. I mean, are you thinking about having the entire thing, like, lean? That'd be pretty cool. Here we go. It's a relay! Ugh. I just had a moment. Alright. I'm gonna place that. All of these batteries are gonna be routed through this battery. I know, very clever. This is so bloody messy. And this small battery going to run all of this. Alright, see you around, Jimbo. I'm probably gonna take a nap shortly here. Alright, we are looking for power to be restored. Oh, and, we need to use up some power, too. Still waiting for the reactor to do its job. It is, in fact, raising the bar at 5.3k. It isn't... It is, however, losing power? The frick? Okay, well, I'm falling asleep on my chair, and I don't want to do that because my neck hurt last time. I'm gonna save this, and I'm going to make it work next time, because, come on, 5,000 units of power, and that's still not enough? It was kind of working. Alright, save to nuclear train plus refueling tank. Confirm. Save. That. Confirm. Alright. Thank you all for watching. I need to go lay down. And I will see you guys next time. Which will be in a few hours. Alright. Peace out. Long life. Whatever.